Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Counselor Denton's not joining. My apologies. Counselor Pelham.
Here.
Mayor Bennett, you have 5 present. Do you have a quorum?
Motion to go into closed meeting.
So
I move
moved.
that,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Johnny, because you're going to read all that.
I move we go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 for the discussion of personnel matters pertaining to a specific city council appointee, terms of employment, and to interview prospective candidates for employment to the school board, and pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6 for the purpose of discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made public initially, the financial interests of the city would be adversely affected.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
yes,
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes,
See if Counselor Gore has joined. Counselor Gore? Okay, motion passes to go into closed.
I will see you all in closed.
Dr. Maker.
Yes, ma'am.
Every email I've got is for open session.
Okay.
Go into your other tab. It's in the other tab and it should be under IT. Oh, you're talking.
Other two.
Yeah, it came from me directly, the closed session.
Okay, thanks. I'll check it. Thank you.
Mayor Bennett, you're in open session.
Oh,
Mr. Eduardo Liddy. Can you hear me? Yes,
I
ma'am.
guess the host is supposed to let everybody in, huh?
Yeah, you gotta let everyone in.
Okay, so we go,
Hold on one moment.
I was just texting you, Mayor Bennett, to let everybody in.
Okay.
Hey, Consetta.
Yes, ma'am. I'm working with the mayor. We're trying to get everybody locked in.
Oh, you go ahead. I'll talk. This is later.
Mr. Liddy, can you hear me?
Who are you talking to, Consetta?
My visitor.
Oh, okay.
Let's just see. I can't. It's not responding. Hello?
Are you kidding me?
Hey, March, are you there?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, while we're waiting, I remember that I just needed to let you know that your Parks and Rec director, is that Aaron,
Yes.
is looking for a
Miss Cynthia,
contract.
Okay, yeah, we're,
Miss Cynthia, I'm gonna have to stop you. Miss
Oh,
Hudson,
I'm sorry.
we're
Oh,
streaming.
my
We're streaming.
apologies. I didn't realize that I was in, I thought we were in. Thank you.
Ms. Best, what time does the work session begin?
As soon as they come out of closed, we'll do the certification and they'll go straight into work session. So that should be, in reality, 7:30, but that's if they come out of closed in time.
Okay.
Mike eat supper with you? He don't eat too much.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
We're in open session. We're still waiting for council to return to open session. Please stand by.
thank you. Son bien cómodos tus zapatos.
Okay, I think I-
That'll make this thing big. Oh.
I think we have everyone here.
Oh Lord, am I still there?
You're
Is there,
there.
is there a motion to come out of closed meeting?
So
moved.
moved.
Second,
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham? Counselor Pelham? Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Counselor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
yes. The ladies meeting.
Ma'am,
Oh, okay, this open session.
that was a motion to come out of closed.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna- the certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2
Okay.
3712D, where only public business matters, one, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and two, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting.
Hmm,
Counselor Pelham,
yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Certification passes.
Okay. I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Here.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Gore.
Here.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7 present, 6 present, excuse me.
Oh.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome our visitors. And I guess we're going to go straight into the work session.
Good evening, Mayor Bennett. Did you want me to go ahead and get started?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay. Good evening, Mayor Bennett, all members of City Council. We're here to introduce 4 conditional use permit cases that will come before you in public hearing at your March meeting, your first March meeting. And if I could have permission to share the screen.
I think you have the permission now.
Okay, thank you. So is everyone able to see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. So the first case is 214 South 16th Avenue. This is the location of this particular property. It's located in Ward 1. It's in the R2, our residential medium density district. The square footage is 6,194 square feet.
Ms. Griffin, can you move the slide forward?
I did. You can't see that?
No.
Mm.
We need
Okay.
to put it in slideshow mode.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second. because on my screen it is in slideshow mode, so.
Right at Bush Jail.
We said this was technical, right?
Huh?
Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
All right. Do you see it going? Do you see them moving now?
No.
No.
No,
Put the little screen down at the bottom.
now
it
it's
is.
moving.
Okay, I'll just keep it like this. Okay. The applicant, Mr. Ladie, is requesting to build a single-family detached home on a non-conforming lot. In the R2 district, you're required to have 7,500 square feet and at least 75 foot of frontage. As I said before, this property has 6,194 square footage, and so he has to come to you in order to build this home. The property has 38 feet of frontage, and this is a diagram of the parcel and also of the home that he wants to build. It would be 112 by 17. He would have a parking area, a driveway, and he would meet all the setbacks for the R2 district. You always ask that we provide neighborhood characteristics when dealing with the conditional use permit where someone wants to build a new home. The average home size in this neighborhood is 1,423 square feet. The average number of bedrooms is 3. There are 1.5 baths and 1.5 stories is the average stories in this particular neighborhood. The architectural style of most of the homes is bungalow and Cape Cod. The applicant is proposing to build a 200 square foot studio. He will provide a brick porch and foundation. And here to the left provides you with an overview of the home that he is suggesting. You see that it is a studio home with a bath and a kitchen and a living area. While this is not the exact replica of what Mr. Ladie wants to build, it is a modern shed. He's looking to build a modern shed with a slanted roof. And so this what you see here is very similar to what Mr. Ladie would like to build.
Mhm.
The Planning Commission has voted 3-0 to recommend denial of this permit because they did not believe the application met the criteria for outlined in Article 21 of Section D, subsection D, approval criteria. Specifically, they did not believe the size of the structure is in keeping with the average size of homes present in the neighborhood and the architectural style of the proposed homes in the neighborhood. Criteria 4 speaks about the architecture of any conditional use permit application and the actual use that will be provided if it will be compatible with the uses that are surrounding. Mr. Elides, who is the chairman of the Planning Commission, is on the line tonight if you have any questions. And Mr. Ladie is also on the line if you have any questions of him. This concludes this particular work session for 214 South 16th. So if you have any questions, I'm able to answer them, and also the chairman and Mr. Ladie, the applicant.
Council, do you have any questions?
I
I
do.
have my hand raised.
So do I.
Councilor Randolph and then Councilor Pelham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Griffin, do we know if this person is planning on building this home for himself to live in, or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Mr. Ladie will be building this house for him to reside in. Yes.
Thank you.
Counselor Pelham?
Yeah, my question is, do you know how many homes or residents throughout the city that the planning commission have approved at this size or smaller?
This is the first home since I have been working with the planning commission that has come in at this particular size.
And how many years is that? How many years have you?
13? 13?
Mr. City Manager, was any homes, do you remember, can you recall, if there any such homes that were approved during your tenure before you returned?
I know we had several cases that came before council. We typically, if I remember correctly, either approved if they were equal to the average size or above the average size for the neighborhood, but typically not if it was below.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any other questions or hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ladie, I will say, I don't want you to feel that you have to stay on the line, but thank you for coming. I'll be in contact with you regarding the public hearing.
All right, well, I appreciate the time that everybody gave these, and I can say I say that I'm a little disappointed. This is something that I was looking forward to build, as I am, I've been residing in Hopewell for a long time, and I really wanted to stay in Hopewell. But thank you everybody for your time.
Well, Mr. Ladie, this is not the final. This is the work session. So there will be a public hearing with this same body where they will have you speak and have the public speak, and they may at that meeting make a decision. So they have not made a decision tonight. This is just having an overview of the case.
Yes, Max, a question as well. Where do you live now, Mr.? I can't remember. I don't have the application in front of me.
Well, right now I'm residing in my mom's home in Prince George, but I was a resident of Hopewell. Well, I've been a resident of Hopewell since 2014.
Okay. And what street?
I lived in the 371 Levy Avenue for 5 years. And the apartments at right besides the Hopewell Middle School, Potter G. Woodson, I can't remember the name.
Okay. Twin Rivers.
Twin Rivers, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ladie.
Thanks for your time. Thank you.
The next conditional use permit case is 1404 Roanoke Avenue. The applicant is Arlen Griffin. Mr. Griffin is on the line, and we are no relation, just to let you know, so this is not a conflict of interest. This is an aerial map showing 1404 Roanoke Avenue. It is located in Ward 7 of the city. The
Ward
applicant.
6.
I have.
That's not Ward 7, believe me.
Okay. I apologize that that's an error. The applicant is requesting a 6-foot fence to be kept in the front yard. The fence was placed without a permit. And so his next step is to come before the Planning Commission and the City Council to request to keep the fence there. In the front yard, our ordinance requires a 4-foot fence for safety reasons. And to the right, this just shows you a typical diagram of setbacks, just so you can get an understanding of where the front, rear, and side yard setbacks are located. Oops, excuse me. This is a picture of the yard and a picture of the fence. The fence that we're talking about is the white fence that's here. This is in the applicant's front yard. We have polled and asked questions and had the fire department and the police department go out and take a look at the safety of the location of the fence. Normally, they have asked that fences not be higher than 4 feet. In this instance, both the police department and the fire department had no issues with this fence. And the reason why was because it is not obstructing the entrance to the home. The Planning Commission did add a condition that the fence be screened with shrubbery and vegetation, and the applicants have agreed to that. And so, but for this particular case, they voted to approve with the condition to plant shrubbery within 2 years to obscure the bottom 3 feet of the fence in its entirety. If you have any questions, Mr. Arlen Griffin is on the line to answer them, as well as Mr. Elides for the Planning Commission.
Counselor Pelham.
Yeah, and how long will he be allowed to grow the shrubbery? Is there a time frame?
Yes, ma'am, 2 years.
All right, and is the car that's on the left, is that an abandoned car? Or is that just a regular car on the left?
On the left, I think it's abandoned, and but I can ask Mr. Griffin.
He's on the line. Is it
I
light?
think the
Tag?
chairman asked the same question.
He's on the line, right, Miss?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he can answer that.
Yes, I'm here. I didn't see a picture with the vehicle, but if it's the little GMC Sonoma, it's no longer there.
It's
a little
truck.
pickup.
It's a truck.
Yeah, it's a pickup. Yeah, it's no longer there.
Oh, yeah. So is that fence? I went by there and the fence
The
is
fence is on
double.
both sides, yeah.
I know, but the fence is opening up so the truck could have driven in there to the backyard, correct?
No, there's no openings big enough for the truck to fit through.
Okay,
But there is 3 access points. All 3 of them are roughly about 5 feet wide.
All right, the truck can't get through there.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands. I do have a question for Mr. Elides. Was the commission's decision to grow shrubbery for the cosmetic or appearance of the
Yes.
fence?
Yeah,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, the thought was to downplay the actual fence. If you put some shrubs in front of it, you would see it less and it wouldn't be so stark.
I want to stand out. Oversized.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all my question.
Okay. And Mr. Griffin, thank you for attending tonight, and we'll be in touch for the date for the public hearing.
Okay, y'all have a good evening.
Thank you.
I don't know why the screen's not up.
Can I hear us talk?
I just unmuted it, yes.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Edwards. So we're going to get started on your 2 cases. This is subparcel 024-0305 located on Maryland Avenue in Ward 1.
Okay.
The particular property is here off of Maryland Avenue across from West End Christian School. It includes lots 10 through 11, block 4 in the Beerin subdivision. It's zone R2. In the R2 zoning district, again, as I've stated before, you have to have at least 7,500 square feet and the parcel frontage must be 75. In this case, the applicant, if someone can mute their phone, I'm not sure who that is. Mr. and Mrs. Edwards, if that's you, if you can mute your line.
It's not us.
Okay, so I'm not sure who that is. The parcel frontage here in this case is 61 feet and it has to be 75. So therefore the Edwards have come to the Planning Commission and City Council to request a conditional use permit. As always, you ask us to provide a neighborhood inventory of the area. And this map just shows you the area that we use to conduct this inventory analysis. We found that the average year that a home was built was 1932. The average number of bedrooms was 3. Number of stories was 1. And here you have the percentage of exterior siding that is located on each of the homes. The average square footage is 1,309 square feet. And then the average value of the single family detached homes is $82,776. This is the floor plan that the applicant is proposing. It would have 3 bedrooms. Proposed construction is to the right. And the Edwards have built this home before in the area. So if you went out there to look at it, it looks similar to other homes that are already existing. The Planning Commission at their meeting voted 3-0 to recommend approval of the permit with conditions. And the condition was that the owner would work with the Department of Development to provide brick front porch and foundation, which they have agreed to do, and to provide a front building facade with varying architectural elements. And that just means in the front here, we would change the architecture so it pops more and adds more architectural appeal to the house. And they've agreed to sit down with myself and the building official to come up with what that design is going to be. The Edwards are on the line and able to answer any questions. They do have another application similar for the parcel right next to this. But if you have any questions of this particular property, they are here to answer those. Okay, if there are none, I will move. Oh,
Councilor
sorry.
Randolph.
I'm sorry. I had my hand raised, but I just want to double check. First, let me apologize. My video feed is not working, so I cannot have my picture on, which I would like to do, but it just is not working. But I want to make sure that for both of these, these are looking to be sold or rented.
Sold.
Sold, both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional questions?
Yes, Vice Mayor Parton and Councilor Pelham.
Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Edwards, for this house, I can see that there's some overhang, what looks like probably on the sides. Would y'all be willing to put some overhang on the front of the house in order to help alleviate some of the drainage from getting into, it looks like that house is probably going to have a crawl space in order to help preserve some of the foundation?
I mean, the house is gonna have drain tile on it, so, but I mean, if that's not, it's not necessary, but if I have to, I will.
The reason that I'm asking is because a lot of houses, especially older built houses here in the city, don't have a lot of overhang. And overhang is one of the best ways to help get water away from your foundation in order to help preserve it and cause less issues. That would just be one of my asks or requests if you could look into that, and just wanted to make sure that also the house is going to have a full brick foundation.
All of our houses have full brick foundations.
Okay, thank you.
We can put gutters. The house will have gutters.
Will the house also have a porch like presented?
Yes, it will, but the facade will be different. So it will be looking more up to date, maybe a little more cottage looking, I guess, is a way to describe it.
Okay. And what Vice Mayor Parton just mentioned, Ms. Griffin, is that a condition that we can add to this plan and other future plans?
Yes, ma'am. I've made a note to add it to this particular case.
And then all future cases sound like, because I mean, when you're selling something, people, their foundations don't get torn up for 10 or 20 years, but then they've been there that long.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
something that the planning commission can talk about, but I think it sounds like it's something that should be added to all of them.
Yes, ma'am. Any additional questions for this particular case? Okay, if not, I'll move to the last. It is, excuse me, subparcel 024
About that.
35. Again, this is a vicinity map right next to what we just saw. Wait, let me make sure. Oops. I apologize because this is showing you this the same area. So if you're looking at the aqua blue block, it is the block right next to it here. Where my mouse is. Ward 1, that particular block has 7,200 square feet and 60 foot of frontage. We use the same neighborhood inventory. We did not change that. And so therefore none of the averages change for this area. They're proposing the same house, and the Planning Commission has requested the same conditions. And in addition, if I don't know if you noticed, but on that particular property, there is a fence that is encroaching on that property from 1507 Lynchburg Street. And the Planning Commission has required the condition that that fence be removed before a building permit will be allowed for this particular property. And the applicants have agreed to that. And if you have any questions, I'm sure they're happy to answer them. So again, the same condition, they will have the brick porch, brick foundation, which is custom for their homes. They will speak to myself and the building official regarding the varying architectural elements on the front facade. And then the encroachment of the fence will be fixed prior to the issuance of a building permit. Are there any questions about this application? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. and Mrs. Edwards. I will be in contact with you regarding the date of the public hearing. And this concludes all the items that I had for the work session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Cook.
you. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and move on the agenda. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call. Am I muted?
No, you're good.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Counselor Pelham,
Here.
Counselor Pelham,
Oh, am I muted? I'm here.
okay. Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Gore.
Here.
You have 6 present, Mayor Bennett.
I'm here.
Oh, Denton, I'm sorry. Counselor Denton, you're in, okay.
I snuck in.
Okay, 7 present.
Okay. This evening we'll have the prayer by Vice Mayor Parton, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, led by myself.
Thank you, Mayor Bennett. Let us all bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you've given us. We thank you for allowing us to meet together in order to conduct the city's business. And Lord, I pray that you will be with us tonight as we execute the city's business and we look out for the best interests of our community. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we adopt the regular meeting agenda.
Oh,
Second.
Motion's
I've
been
got my
made
hand
by,
up.
yes, Counselor Randolph,
Yes, ma'am.
is this a
I
point of
had asked the
information?
city. I'm sorry, what?
Is this a point of information?
No, it was a question. It's an issue that I wanted to potentially amend. There
Okay,
was,
so-
I don't know if this is the right place. I had asked the attorney in an email, but in a previous council meeting in December, we had asked at that time, the interim attorney to provide us with some information on residency. So I was going to ask tonight if there was somewhere we could put into the agenda simply for council to ask the current city attorney to provide that information to us at a future date so we could make a decision about that at some point.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and put a motion on the floor and get your point
Okay.
of information. I mean, we could amend the,
Yeah.
can you give me 1 second to
Sure.
grasp this?
We could just put it in the reports of the city attorney underneath reports of city manager.
That's
No.
fine. I mean,
She has to bring it to council. This can just be a, so this is not on the consent agenda. You want it to be on the consent agenda? I mean, excuse me, you want it to be on the regular meeting agenda?
yes, if we could, just a simple addition to tonight's agenda to add a section to request the attorney to provide us something that we had asked a previous attorney to do for us that we never got.
Okay. Vice Mayor Parton.
That's fine. I mean, if you just make it, I guess, like what, R3 or just make it a item, that's fine. It can be anywhere on the agenda.
You want to have this for, do you want to have this for discussion or do you want to direct the city attorney?
I'd just direct the city attorney. I don't see any need for discussion on it.
Okay.
That's
Well,
fine.
we don't have to take action on that. We can actually just send her an email.
Well, I wanted to make
She-
sure that all of council knew what I was wanting to do.
Okay. I see a hand raised. That might be the attorney. Okay. So
Point
let's
of
move
inter-
on.
Sorry, point of information.
Yes.
Just to get clarification, what is the ask here? Because
The ask is for the attorney
so I was trying to finish
provide
my
us
sentence.
the
Can I
information
finish
we'd
my
asked Peter.
sentence, please? Thank you.
I thought you were asking me what the ask was. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Madam Mayor, it would be more proper to put this on the agenda as an art item so we can have a discussion and we're on the same page with whatever Councilor Randolph is asking us to consider. I know it's a follow-up, but we should be on the same page. It should be an art item since we already talked about it.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Vice Mayor Parton, are you able to adjust your motion?
Yeah, we can just put it as an R item under city manager.
Okay, so that would be R3. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion
Second.
made by Vice Mayor Parton to amend the agenda, adding R3 for the residency requirement. seconded by Counselor Denton. Any hands for discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. I do not see hands for discussion. Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore. Motion passes 7-0 for consent agenda.
Thank you. Moving on to Mr. Terry.
Do we have anything we're supposed to be looking at?
Can you guys not see my screen?
No.
Yeah. Okay, okay.
It's not on here.
Okay.
All right, guys. Mr. Terry is having technical difficulties. He and Mr. March are having technical difficulties. And so we're working through that at the moment. He should be rejoining us
Okay.
soon. And
Okay.
Ms. Bess,
Yes.
may go ahead and share her screen.
All right. Let me. Okay. Okay, I've just got to get to the right point. It's going to take a minute on this laptop. I apologize. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are we still waiting on Mr. Terry?
Yes, we are.
Okay, just checking.
Madam Mayor,
Hi, yes, hi.
sorry. I don't know if you can see my hand, so I just, if they're still trying to get Mr. Terry to come on board, can we just skip down to the next item, make a motion to come back to this after we do the next item, so we don't
Yeah.
waste time?
I don't think we have to take action on that. I think we can just keep rolling. But
All
thank
right.
you for that, Counselor Gore. All right, moving down to Vice Mayor Parton.
All right. Good evening, everyone. An update. I think it had been about 4 or 5, maybe even 6 months since my last report out to you all on the work that we're doing down with the Hopewell Water Renewal Commission. So I wanted to provide you all with an update. And I know in the past, members of council have asked for something in writing so that way they could follow along with me during the report. So I emailed something out to everybody. And no action on this. This is just purely an informational update for everybody. So to start out with, currently, at the end of 2021, we operated slightly under budget, which is pretty much on par with where we
You
are.
keep going in and out.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm right on the mic now.
Not now.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, God.
Yes.
Okay. So moving on to item number 2, we did have 8 separate sanitary sewer overflows in the year of 2021. These overflows were the result of increased rainstorms and rain intensity that we had over the year. It was a very wet year, and unfortunately, with it, we were, treating the influx of stormwater and wastewater down the system, which did end up in a few overflows. That's an issue that we're seeing across the Commonwealth of Virginia as well. So one thing that the commission has been working on is working on I&I projects, inflow and infiltration, where we have stormwater getting into the wastewater system and then wastewater getting into the stormwater system. So the commission approved about a $1.45 million list of projects to help address this issue. Mr. Altman and I are planning on bringing this list of projects for council approval at the next February meeting, or if we end up having issues with the agenda, at the first meeting in March, but preferably in February so we can start moving forward with some of these. And the whole goal is to work towards reducing the stress on our wastewater treatment plant. That way, we have a longer lifespan on our equipment down there. The facility isn't being worked as hard, and that way we can keep operational costs and capital costs at a minimal, not at a minimal, I'm sorry, but keeping them within a stabilized range. So that way we do not have to, come back and increase sewer rates in order to take care of the facility. So the projects are listed below. These were all projects that were on the city's stormwater resiliency plan, where it was identified that they had inflow and infiltration issues. And so we're utilizing money that is generated by treating leachate, which is stormwater runoff from landfills down at the plant, to pay for these. And with all the matches, it's about $3.6 million overall in projects. Moving on to item number 4. We're still anticipating that we're going to have to make a massive major capital investment in phosphorus removal by lowering our overall total phosphorus amount from an average of 1.06 milligrams per liter to 0.2 milligrams per liter. And depending on the different types of technology that are feasible for our plant, it can be anywhere from, of course, with supply chain issues and labor shortages, it can fluctuate. But we're looking somewhere probably between 75 million to even 120 million, depending on, again, technology, labor shortages, in order to try to get this done. We did have some very good news to report out. Our nitrogen permit was set at a little over 1.8 million pounds per year. And we reported out less than 900,000 pounds being discharged, which means that we were able to sell $200,000 in excess nitrogen credits. Unfortunately, we did have our phosphorus permit lowered from a little over 76,000 pounds per year to just under 62,000 pounds per year. And last year we reported out almost 69,000 pounds discharge. So we had to end up purchasing 62,000 pounds in phosphorus credits. So when putting them together, we still came out on the positive side. We recently formed a capital budget subcommittee for the commission, and this is to help with staff and to bring in some additional expertise to develop a more comprehensive and aggressive capital budget. And our goal is to not just eliminate our backlog of maintenance and capital projects dating back to 2011, but we really want to focus on getting ahead of schedule and being proactive with these, especially with the big phosphorus project coming down the pipe, that we want to make sure that we get as much maintenance and capital done before that in order to work towards hopefully trying to not have to invest so much in there. So a good example would be right now we've working towards replacing our fine screens down at the wastewater plant, and the fine screens remove a lot of the particulate matter in the solids. Well, the more solids we can remove, we're effectively removing more phosphorus because the phosphorus has to attach to it. And by doing those sort of improvements, we're naturally lowering our phosphorus, so that way we don't have to make as big of a phosphorus reduction project. But that's what our goal is right now. And
Vice Mayor Parton,
yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, but I'm told that we need to move forward.
Okay. Is there any questions from members of City Council? Okay.
I don't see any questions.
Okay. All right. Well, if anyone has any questions after the meeting, or you just feel free to either shoot me a text, an email, or feel free to give me a call. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving down to R1.
I think we're going back to Mr. Terry's report.
Oh, is he here? Oh, okay.
Is he on the line?
Oh, yes, I am. I didn't know it was time for me to start.
Yes, go
Apologize.
Hi,
ahead.
Mr. Terry. How are
Hello,
you?
everyone. Council. I'm well, Council and Mayor, City Manager. I'd like to start with, in the beginning, this report, finance progress starts, cover the period of July 1, 2021 through the end of the month of January 22. We'll cover the external reporting, the budget, and the internal. If you would turn to page 3, I'll cover very quickly the sections above. This is how we go through looking at the annual financial report process, which was formerly called CAFR, and we now call it the ACAF. Section FY16 at the top is done, 17 is done. I'm very thankful and pleased to report to Council that the single audit for FY18, because that was the outstanding item that has been kind of weighted on us, we have completed that single audit, and we will upload that to the federal website, their clearinghouse, and we will make sure by the end of the week, tops Monday, but we'll make sure that we get hard copies to you councilors and as well as Dr. Hackney and the school boards. But the single audit is complete, and it's a good report. We do not have a negative report. It's a clean report. compliance. We manage the programs quite well. Moving down to FY19, which is the last box. The progress is incremental. Basically, we're not taking giant leaps at this point. We're just making sure we're pacing along. We've got to acquire some things, but if you would turn to page 4, I think this will cover and make everything a little bit more clearer. Regarding 2019, the city issued a request for proposal, an RFP, for financial audit services for the city, for audit firm to perform audits for 2019 fiscal year, 2020 fiscal year, 2021 fiscal year, and 2022 fiscal year. Robinson Farmer, Cox and Associates was the selected firm that we as staff selected. And staff has requested City Council to approve Robinson Farmer, Cox and Associates, and you've done so and have authorized the city manager to move forward with creating a contract for council review and approval. While we're waiting for that process of finalizing selection and hiring, if you will, of an audit firm, staff, which includes both city and schools, are doing what we know we need to do so that we can be in a better position and a better place when the audit takes place. If you turn to page 5, I thought it would be important to give you an insight on what I've been able to experience related to the cash reconciliation for 2019. City and schools, the treasurer, including the treasurer staff, and it's a phrase I'm coining because I'm trying to develop something here that's not been there before, a reconciliation staff. I mean, we've had one before, but I'm really trying to formalize a reconciliation staff that's inclusive. So we met, that being the treasurer, the schools, and the finance director. What we covered, we evaluated the 2018 audited cash reconciliation and all of the numbers that were posted in our annual report and the issues around that. And then we began to realign our communications, talk about workflows, what documentation we needed, just relative information to make sure that, one, the beginning balances for cash is in agreement and accurate according to what was audited, and post those in Munis. And then that would be a baseline that both schools and the city, or i.e. treasurer, can start from. And the whole goal, and everybody at the meeting committed that we really do want to get this done. And we also really want to have a good audit resource on cash, because that really drives the audit opinion. If you turn to page 6 very quickly, the hot item here is related to the W-2s, 1099, 1094s, and 1095s. Only thing I will say here is that when you do a good job in the space that we occupy, like payroll, as long as everybody's getting paid, you never hear anything. It's only when there's an exception. Well, the good news is that we met all of our end of the year federal requirements reporting, W-2s and 1099s, 1094s and 1095s. And we did that with the change in software from Munis, changing a lot of other different things that we had to do, including some new rules that we had to go through. Staff had to go through additional training. And we only have one payroll technician, and so we've had to utilize other people in the office to cross-train to get some things done this time. I would like to also give recognition to the difficulty that my inner accounting staff had with the 1099s and the new software. And lastly, it would just be unfair not to mention the Director of Information Technology and her staff, particularly Jay. They were very instrumental in helping us getting things printed, doing some extraordinary items, as well as us working through with Munis. So everyone is happy, I'm happy, and we got confirmation back from the feds that they've accepted the files that we uploaded. Coming down to the state, the next item that was 100% was StateCom board reporting. We're current on that. And then lastly, we are now reporting that we have completed our compliance filing on the CARES report, or if you will, that's down at 100%. Moving over to page 7. On page 7, if we come down, there's a new item here called Fema grant outcome. the feds have put in a lot of new or upgraded software or whatever integrated to try to help getting things done. This was a newly implemented kind of system, and we had been working on this since December just to get in the system to work with it. And finally, we were pretty good. I received a phone call about 3:15 p.m. on that Friday, and we realized that unless we did another step, which the Fed's documentation wasn't clear and whatever, we would not be able to upload the grant that was prepared by the emergency services. We did that, and at 4:45, we uploaded. And just for your information, if you're thinking about it, it's about $275,000. So hopefully we will be successful in getting that grant. The other item that I think is important to bring to your attention, what we covered, was we did some municipal implementation improvements, things that we know were not done well earlier in implementing, and we're trying to refine those. We did some general billing training. We did some automated cash reconciliation, meaning that that team back in the fall had performed a significant amount, and we're carrying that work over so that in the current fiscal year, or at least July 1 of this upcoming year, at the city level, we can reconcile munis during automated fashion. We did some analysis of some state estimated income in munis being recorded or not being recorded, so that we do not get jammed for an audit this year, whether it's at the external auditor level, Robertson, Farmer, and Cox, or whether it's the state level coming down. We took a hard look at that, and we're making some changes. We gave some recommendations to the treasurer, and we're just hoping that we can make sure that gets done. The Tyler Open Finance implementation, we're in a process now where we are rolling it out. We had a target date for March, but when I actually personally looked at where we were, there were some programming issues from Tyler that was not appropriate. Best example, you cannot have a line item in there for a department and call it undefined and have $5 million there. And when you drill down, you start seeing all of the departments that are in there. So there was some software things that they've got to fix. And then we've also determined that there's going to be a definite need for staff or some kind of support to be able to screen that information every month. It's live, so if something is off in Munis, a citizen will be calling our counselors and be saying, how come you have more expenses than revenue, and you approved the balanced budget? That's what I saw when I got the intro demo and looking at it in detail. So I've been working very closely with the Munis project manager recently hired, and we've sent them a list of things, as well as I will come back to you all and let you know what I think staff will have to do. Bottom line, we will do whatever is necessary. Our goal is to have this thing operative so that it's out there for citizens to look at by June 30th. So I wanted to give everybody an update on where we are with that.
Thank you.
Arbitrage calculation, we're in compliance with that. We just finished that process. And then VDOT, we had a very, very difficult situation because we did not have a FY19 or 20 annual report, as you know. But we were able to supply them with a sufficient amount of information and documentation that they were able to determine that we knew our numbers agreed with their numbers, and for the time being, until we can get the audits done, they were satisfied that they met their compliance requirements in terms of having us as sub-recipients being accountable. So I want to thank the Public Works engineer, construction manager, and the city manager that provided me everything I needed in order to present the proper information on behalf of the city. And VDOT confirmed that we're good, but we still got to get the annual report, and that was shored up once we get that done. If you would turn over to page, we're going to budget now, I apologize. We're going to budget, page 13. Budget development for 2022-23. We're on track. Everyone has responded by the end of January mostly, definitely the operating capital. So we're going through now with the budget calendar. We've actually sent a draft for that for the city manager to take a look at that, and that'll be circulated to all stakeholders. So we are moving forward with that, and constantly with the General Assembly in session, we're getting always updated information. But as far as our internal process, we're moving forward well. Lastly, if you would turn to page 18, under the city manager's report on transfers. For this period ended, there were no cross-fund transfers made by the city manager. I periodically, throughout the month, we go through and take a peek just in case he decides to take a walk. But there's nothing out there. And so I'm happy to report that we're in compliance with that. And pretty much everyone that I work with, all staff across all departments, are very sensitive to the fact that if we have to do any transfers, we will have to bring that back to the city council. So probably all the way down to just a junior person knows that that's something that's a no-no. So we're still watching, and we'll keep you informed. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. We have two hands raised, one from Mr. Altman and then one Councilor Randolph.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I just want to publicly thank the treasurer, Ms. Foskey and her staff, and Dr. Hackney and her staff for their work thus far and input on moving forward with looking at cash recon for 19 and developing a process. It's been very smooth with the transition from Ms. Gauthier to Ms. Foskey, and I thanked her on a couple of occasions, but I just wanted to make that statement publicly that we really appreciate all the hard work that she and her staff and Dr. Hackney's staff, Ms. English, and her staff have done to begin this process to move forward on our audits. We really do appreciate it, and it looks like things are really coming together. So I just wanted to say that publicly, that we really do appreciate everyone's hard work.
Thank you, Councilor Randolph.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was going to publicly recognize and thank Mr. Terry and the job that he's doing. I think that these reports have helped council to realize just how much is going on behind the scenes that we don't see and know about all the time. And Mr. Terry, I'm going to refer to you as Hopewell's good spider. You have 8 legs in 8 different pots or more going all the time, and you're weaving that web of bringing everybody together, schools, treasurers, training the people to, do what they're supposed to do and know what they're doing, and getting everybody on board with the same consensus of how and what we should be doing and knowing about our finances throughout all areas. And I just want to thank you, Mr. Terry, for the job you're doing and working with everybody else to coordinate, even if they're not your staff, and overseeing them to make sure that everybody is working together and doing what they should be doing. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I see Councilor Gore.
Yes, thank you. I just want to get clarification. Mr. Terry, when you're talking about the system, were you talking about open finance and looking at that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Want to say thank you so much for working on that along, and Dr. Manker as well for keeping it on the radar. I'm really excited to see what comes out of that and provide support any way I can. This is something I've been really hoping that we can get on board. So I'm very, very happy and excited to see that you're exploring, diving into that and recognizing, that we do have some cleanup before you put stuff online, but it's really good to see that that project is looking like it's moving forward. And then additionally, I want to say thank you for touching back on the questions about the annual thing that's due to DEQ, I guess, in Public Works. So thank you for circling back to that as well. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
I did see Councilor Pelham's hand up, but it's not raised anymore. Mr. Terry, thank you for everything that everyone said, plus more. You built the momentum and we're moving in the right direction. So I appreciate your time and all the effort and the products you're giving us. Thank you.
Thank you, and you're welcome, Mayor.
Now we're moving on to R1.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. R1 is a request through the Department of Development to appropriate funds for the downtown facade program. Request is considered for council to consider providing $40,000 to reimburse 4 developers for work that's been completed on their facades. I believe Mrs. Griffin has a brief report for you, PowerPoint with some before and afters of the work that was done.
Yes, I do. If I could share my screen. Good evening once again, Madam Mayor and members of council, and I will try to get this right this time. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. So as Mr. Altman has said, I'm before you tonight to request a replenishing of $40,000 into the downtown facade grant. This grant started back in 2012. At that time, the council provided $250,000 into this fund for downtown facades. To date, $194,000 has gone to the facade grant program. The remaining 56,000, the EDA was given 36,000, and then the Hopewell Downtown Partnership was given $20,000 out of that fund. The balance now is $5,877.29. In 2020, we had 4 businesses that moved forward to rehab their buildings. Since I provided you with the initial PowerPoint presentation, I had someone come and ask that I give an update with the total amount spent on the buildings. And so this is an approximate. What you have in your packet was what we were given for the facade portion of the building. So I thought it was appropriate to provide you before and after pictures. This is 256 East Broadway. The building was purchased by the developer for $175,000. The rehab was $92,000. And then the tenant upfit of the Sova Yoga that's on the first floor was $24,000. So to date, the total to date spent on this building is $291,000. The facade grant program requires a property owner to put in at least half, and they're able to get back up to $10,000 for the work that is completed on the facade. And so this property owner has requested $10,000 for the work that was completed for 256 East Broadway. The next parcel, or the next building, is 201 East Broadway. This is the corner of Randolph and Broadway. This property owner purchased for $155,000. And to date has put in $90,000 to the building. Now, these are the numbers that we have. This does not include things that they did not come to the city for. Everything does not require a building permit. So this is everything that requires a building permit. And then what we could gather from our enterprise zone if they requested enterprise zone funding through the state. The approximate total for 201 East Broadway of investment is $245,000. Again, this property owner is requesting reimbursement for the money they put into the facade. They put in over 20,000 to the facade. As you can see, the before and after. They've even added awnings to the side and have added some doors here, so there's access and more storefronts that could go on to Randolph Road. So they're again asking for $10,000 in reimbursement. The next before and after, this is downtown Pups now, 222 East Broadway. The rehab is $20,000, and then the tenant upfit is $29,400. The approximate total is $49,400, and they're asking for the reimbursement of $10,000 for the facade.
Facade was 20,000.
Yes, they put in new windows, and they also put in the new door there that you see. They did some patchwork on the front and also painted. So yes, ma'am.
And that came to 20,000.
Yes.
And the first building, you didn't say how much, was that 20,000 as well?
No, the first building was 90,000 to the exterior.
Yeah, what for the facade? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Here you have 106 North Main Street. This property was purchased for $120,000. The total building upfit was $700,000, and that is all the interior. As you can see, the glass work on the outside, as well as the windows to the front facade, the total and interior work. And you know, there are 5 apartments on the second floor. So the interior 700,000 and the total 820,000. So
facade was 20. The separate cost for the facade was what?
The separate cost for the facade on this one, do you have what is the number that I have on the original slide? I don't have that slide in front of me. Do you have that?
I don't. I see.
I believe my memory serves me correctly. If anybody has it, I thought it was 90,000.
For the facade itself.
Yes, ma'am. It was on the original. So if somebody has the original that you have in your packet.
This is $130,000 plus investment for 106 North Main.
Okay, so the 130 is the facade. Because on the first draft, I just provided the facade investment, and then I went back with the request and put all of the investment total. So they are well within their $20,000, reimbursement for the 10.
Mm-hmm.
I will say the request of $40,000 is for these 4 properties for the work that was done in 2020. There are several other property owners that are waiting for the grant to be replenished. And that was a request of the Hopewell Downtown Partnership. I also, through the Department of Development, put in that same request, as we have some persons that are waiting to do some investment, knowing that this grant right now is just at the $5,000 mark. But this is to help those that have already put in the funding and to be able to provide them with the $40,000, $10,000 each for each property owner.
I have a question. Did we say that we were going to replenish this grant program? I don't remember talking about that during the budget process, Mr. City Manager.
We didn't talk about the facade program. We talked about the legacy grant program during the budget process, and council did put money towards that program.
Mm-hmm.
But this is something that we've talked about since then, since the budget during the year, about the need to address the current 4 that have made the improvements. And then we know there's others in line that would like to make improvements. So funding that further.
Yeah, but it would be nice to talk about that and made a decision before people anticipated getting something after they had done it. I mean, make the reimbursement and make the program whole before you start promising out money.
Right.
Well,
About
can I
knowing what
say
the
this?
council was gonna do.
Can I say this, Councilor Pelham? At no time that the Department of Development promised any of these developers they would get anything. They were told directly that there was no money in the budget for this, and they chose to move forward. We did not promise anyone anything. We're coming back to you now because we have been, it's been requested from the developers to ask for this, but at no time were they promised and under any expectation that they would get it. But this is their request at this time.
But you endorse it, correct?
I endorse it because they did put in the funding. But I want to be clear that we did not tell them that they would get it and did not guarantee that they would get any funding from the Facade Grant Improvement Program.
Okay, and like I say, timing next time, that's all. And we go through a budget process every year, so you have to be proactive in thinking about these things. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yeah, Ms. Griffin, when you say the grant program, do we qualify for a grant program, or is all this money coming from the city itself?
The city.
The money is coming from the city itself. I call it a grant program because it's not a loan. It's a grant reimbursement program. So they have to put in at least $20,000 to get $10,000 back, but it's a match. It's if they put in 10, they will get 10 back if they qualify. That meaning if the work that they did is the work that they were approved to do. And that can be up to $10,000. So it is a grant program, a reimbursement program. Yes.
A reimbursement. Okay. Is this part of the downtown partnership?
No, ma'am.
Part of this?
No, this was funded by the city council in 2012. And this is administered through the Department of Development. And the grants are approved individually by the Downtown Design Review Committee, which is the architectural review committee for downtown that's appointed by city council, separate from the Hopewell Downtown Partnership.
I just have a concern. Many of you know the money that the city has put in to the downtown. And I just would like to know what the, I guess the percentage of what it's costing the city and what the city is getting back through its investments in the downtown. Are we making money? Are we encouraging, these businesses are doing business. Do we know how much their income they're actually bringing into the city? I'm just concerned that we keep putting money into the downtown, and as much as I love the downtown, I need to know at some point that's going to stop, and that these businesses can start generating enough of what the city has given them to be able to give back to the city some of the money that they have gotten. I just don't feel we're there. I may be wrong, you tell me, but I just need to know how long we do this.
Well, I will, and it looks like Mr. Altman He's
He
curious.
wants the answer.
I will just say this, the buildings alone and the investment alone in the 2020, in year 2020 of the four property owners that I just showed you is $1 million. And the request is to be refunded for $40,000. And over a span of 10 years, the city through this program has put in $194,000. And so the investment would be the improved facades on these buildings, which then allows businesses to move in. With Mr. Mueller's property, it's allowing 5 apartments to come in. And then with the Voya studio, those are 2 apartments on the top of there. So I think the city has put in that $250,000, really $194,000, and just in 2020 has seen an investments. People, the developers that have come in 2020, one of their incentives was the grant facade program, and they put in $1 million in investment. And one of the reasons why they wanted to come here was because of this incentive.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Councillor Gore, then Vice Mayor Parton.
Thank you. So this did not come up at last year's budget, but it came up the year before that, because there was requests then to try to refill it, but there wasn't enough support to pass it. And just as a refresher, there was also conversations, and Councillor Pella may not remember this, but she was also raising points about creating something similar for the other side of the city for the rest of the enterprise zones, and not just keeping it strictly downtown. But again, those conversations didn't go anywhere. So just giving people a refresher, I don't know if that's something that we still want to look at or whatever, but I do support providing support for these things because it helps with us improving the aesthetic downtown, as well as supporting the other investments made mostly by Hobo Downtown Partnership to, bring in new businesses and things of that nature. So if the ask is tonight to make a vote, Director Griffin, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, before I make a motion, I do want to just get one point of clarification, and it is a slight concern. Even though they were told that there wasn't any money in this, how did this come up before us then?
Yes, ma'am. If you remember, Mr. Bosch came before City Council. I want to say it was December or either November of last year. And he spoke during citizen comments, and he asked if the City Council would reconsider or consider replenishing this program, and he mentioned his building. Remember, he gave the story. He actually mentioned.
I didn't. I was like a meeting in November that I did not come, because I also remember Mr. Terry citing something, and from that meeting I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. So I don't know that one. It does not ring a bell, but if he came in November, then that tracks.
He came and he asked this that it be placed back on the agenda. I believe that he spoke to some of the council members and requested that it be placed back on the agenda.
So the properties that you shared, is he the owner, all of them, or just there are different owners?
There are different owners for each.
Okay, so I guess the thought was, if we do it for one, just go ahead and put everybody up there.
That's exactly correct, ma'am.
Okay. And then, so I would suggest that, obviously I'll make a motion to approve this and move the money over, but then for this to be presented to council for this fiscal year's budget, for us to include, to probably revamp in July, if that is the will of council, but just to make a clean stop with these, and then
Counselor Gore, are you making a motion?
No, I'm just making a suggestion first. I'll make a motion. I'm just going to ask Director Griffin, does that seem like that's doable?
Yes, I think, yes, ma'am. And I think Mr. Altman was going to say something. But yes, that would be doable.
Okay, I can't see him on my screen, sorry. All right, so I make a motion that we approve the request for $40,000 to provide the facade improvement grants from the unassigned funds, and for the city manager to incorporate recommendations in the upcoming fiscal year budget to reinstate the program July 1.
Counselor Gore, can you please, just to be cleaner, can you please break that up into two motions, two actions? There's one, we're moving money from a budget. The second one, we want to task the city manager. So if we can just break those up into two, I would, appreciate that. It'll just be cleaner.
Hey, I don't mind doing that. Usually when we try to break it up, somebody else tries to jump in. So as long as it's understood, I'll do one motion and do the other one. I have no problem doing that. So make a motion to approve the $40,000 for the facade improvement grant to award it to the applicants presented tonight from the unassigned funds.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 hands up. Counselor Gore, we will get back to your second action. So I'm going to start with the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two things. One, Ms. Griffin said exactly what I was going to say regarding the ROI on this program. Investment of $40,000 in the year, $1 million return that'll come to us through taxes, which and now we also have 7 residential units in downtown for people to support downtown businesses. And I think where we're going to be is there's always going to be some type of activity in downtown, whether it's encouraging property owners to get into this program, to do the work first, but we're also going to always be maintaining what we have. We did streetscapes and the like. We have a library. We've got to maintain those things to keep them at the high quality that we have and that we expect and want to have to increase investment in downtown. 2, just so Mrs. Gore, so she has peace of mind. We always ask the question of how much do we have in the unassigned fund balance? After all the actions that we took with the raises, we have $6,391,737. So just to give everybody peace of mind about this $40,000 coming out of there. And then finally, what I will say is you also have an opportunity, if the funding isn't available in the budget, to use American Rescue Plan Act money. The Treasury just came out with their final set of rules on the use of the funds. And one of the things that they have identified for businesses is investments such as facade improvement programs as the use for those funds. So you have those funds available to you should you want to utilize them in that manner. So just wanted to put that out there for council.
That's nice.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. Vice Mayor Parton.
My comments are going to be on Councilor Gore's second motion. When we asked Mr. Altman to go look at revising some plans, I have some suggestions.
Okay, I'll keep you up. Counselor Denton and then Counselor Randolph.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Counselor Randolph.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Over the years, we've looked at facade improvement grant monies. And there also is a program that was instituted for, and help me with this, Ms. Griffin, for invested businesses that did not just come to town.
So the legacy business?
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. So is this a facade improvement just for downtown or for anybody? And the legacy, I know, is everybody in town.
The facade improvement is for downtown. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's for, yes.
But the legacy, which they can do facades with as well, is for everywhere in town, correct?
That is correct. And when
Yeah.
we're
So-
reviewing legacy, we make sure that if
Yeah.
someone is, able to get, we don't double dip. They're not
Right.
allowed to double dip.
That's correct. But
Mhm.
my point is that we do need to see these programs in helping our small businesses maybe start coming up. And if we can use other funds besides the unassigned fund balance, that would be great. But we have several programs that I think are to the benefit of getting and continuing to help our business owners come to not just the downtown, but to all areas of town. And I think that we need to keep our eyes on this and encourage what has already been said for the city manager to keep us abreast of this on a continual basis, especially at budget time. Thank you.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes, before we make the decision on where the money is coming from within that motion, Mr. City Manager, can you tell us about the rescue money, how much it was and how much is left? And what it was?
Yes, ma'am. So we're receiving a total over the two allocations, just a little bit shy of $10 million. So it's $9,900,000 and some $1,000. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head. So our first half of those dollars was 4.5 and change. Of that, you have allocated 400,000 roughly in the budget process for capital programs. When we did the raise for fire hose and an ambulance, and then some money towards engineering project. So we still have over $4 million of the first allocation available for projects in the city. We could use the American Rescue Plan Act funds for, and then we'll receive our second half of the funds in May. You're required to obligate by 2024 and spend by 2026. And again, Treasury just within the last couple of weeks came out with their final rules on this, which become effective April 1st, but they're allowing you to begin essentially using the final rules as your guide before the April 1st date. So one of those things that is of interest is, as we discussed before, we have the ability to claim lost revenue. And there was a formula that the Treasury came out with that you could calculate your actual lost revenue, or you could use their formula, plug in the information and claim whichever number was higher. So we had an initial claim of about, I believe it was 3.4 million of lost revenue. The latest guidance from Treasury is allowing communities across the country to just take a flat, if you choose, $10 million loss of revenue, and you can claim it all. You don't have to calculate it. They're just giving everybody a flat 10 million in lost revenue that you can claim that you lost. And they understand that they may be the entire appropriation that some communities may get. So there's some changes that have happened there with this new guidance that's come out. But if you're looking at those funds as we move forward, you have about $4 million left of the first allocation, about 4.1, and you'll have another 4.5 coming in May.
You were going to tell us that next time when we talked about the rescue money.
Absolutely.
But sometime can that information be provided through email to keep the council up? Is there anything wrong with that?
No, not at all. I was just trying to get it to you at one time, but I can push it out as it comes available.
To know and tell her when something like this come up and find out about it. I mean, with that, I mean, Council Gore would consider amending or changing your motion so the money can come out of the rescue money and not out of the unassigned balance.
She hadn't made the motion for that.
Yes, she did.
Did make the motion.
Did make some type of something she made.
You're right. I did make the motion.
I thought you made a motion, just wasn't second.
No, it was seconded by Counselor Parton, and the
That's
answer
right,
is yes.
okay.
I don't mind doing that. And I do have a question, Mayor Bennett, at the end of Pelham, please.
So I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion that the money come from this rescue money in lieu of taking it from the unassigned balance.
I'm amenable to that. Counselor Parton, are you?
Oops, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you.
And just so council knows, you budgeted the entire amount that we received, but you have not appropriated it. So you would need to, as part of the motion, to approve the request and appropriate $40,000 of American Rescue Plan Act funds to go towards the facade improvement grant program.
So you can use that verbiage, Miss Molly, on my friendly amendment.
Okay, so instead of just saying it's to come from the unassigned funds,
Right.
it's going to come from the rescue plan money.
Appropriate $40,000 from the rescue. Yeah.
American Rescue Plan Act funds.
American Rescue Plan, got it. Okay.
Counselor Gore, you have a question before we vote?
Yes, just one
Okay.
question. So given what was shared on the call thus far about this, for those who may inquire and say, well, how come it's fair for them to get it after the fact when there wasn't money? You know, what are we going to be able to articulate? What would you recommend? Because I'm already getting messages asking that question.
And I'd say, I mean, just a
This is
return.
Director Griffin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Return on your investment. I'm kidding anyway.
I know. I'm trying to get this.
Can you repeat your question, Mayor? I mean, no, excuse me, can you put your question?
Yes, as
okay.
I'm already getting messages inquiring about how is this fair for those to get this money after the fact when there wasn't grants available. And I anticipate probably as word spreads, if we pass this, that would be the same thing. What could be a message that we can share from your guys' perspective in regards to this? I share Councilor Pelham's sentiment, actually support putting money in this long before now. So I would just ask, what do you recommend?
I don't know if I have a good answer for that. I can tell you that in 2020 during that time, and I don't want to blame anything. People are always blaming stuff on COVID, but I will say that during that time, council was not willing to spend anything additional because of COVID, and these people had already purchased the building and wanted to move forward. So I think it is an act of goodwill of council to provide the money to them because they were already in the queue and looking to move forward with their investment. This is not something that would happen often, and I think it is something that is unprecedented as far as timing that they were wanting this money. And that would be my answer.
Thank you. And I agree with you on that. And the plan is just to move forward. So with that, Madam Mayor, call for the vote, and then I can do the other motion that might address some concerns.
All right. Motion to call for the vote. Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randall,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, now we will vote on the motion. All right, roll call.
Yep.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Counselor Gore, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion for esteemed manager to work with Director Griffin to bring back some recommendations in this upcoming budget cycle for the facade improvement program. And then also ways to mimic the same program in the enterprise zone areas.
Legacy grant.
Okay, well,
I'll second it.
thank you. So I'll just to hopefully capture everything. For the Director City Manager to work with Director Griffin to provide recommendations on how to fund the facade improvement program in this upcoming budget session cycle. And then to also expand that to the other enterprise areas and also the legacy, and to provide alternatives for the legacy program.
Motion's been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Vice Mayor Parton, you have your hand up, and then Counselor Randolph.
Thank you. I think it would be a really good idea. This is me, thinking out loud, that we, look into the feasibility of including nonprofits in with this group, especially nonprofits that, have purchased buildings, especially old buildings, and then have, gone and fixed them up themselves, because I think it adds, just as much, if not, more value to the city when you're able to provide services to a locality and a community that ends up, saving us tax dollars that we would otherwise have to fund. So, Counselor Gore, if you're all right, can we include in your motion to look into the feasibility of adding nonprofits into the program?
Sure. And just for clarification, when I meant revamping, I meant adding anything that people felt like could be included. So we can specifically state that, or I would imagine it would be all encompassing, but I have no problem with that.
Let's just put it in the, if you don't mind, let's just put it in the motion or add it in so that way there's no shadow of doubt.
Sure. So Ms. Best, at the end, you could put comma to include nonprofits.
I like it.
Okay. Are we ready for the vote?
No, I have a question.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Madam Mayor,
I think I'm next.
You're not talking.
Ms. Pelham, I think I was next.
I'm sorry.
That's
Counselor
okay. I was
Randolph
just
and
waiting for the
Counselor
mayor to
Pelham.
tell me.
Counselor Randolph and Counselor Pelham.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm having some difficulty with the motion simply because I think we're being redundant, because the facade improvement was specifically designed for downtown. And because of the inequities of the facade improvement just being for downtown, then the legacy grant came, but that is for only long term. But that's only if they're a year or older. So the facade improvement would only take into consideration if a facade for somebody that just came into town or had only been into town for a year. Everything else is covered under the legacy already. So that's why I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on what legacy timeframes were. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Pelham, and I've never done this before, but I do see a hand up from a board member. So I will definitely Counselor Pelham, then Counselor Gore, and then I will just break all kind of formalities. And Mr. Lotties, I think you have some information you'd like to share with us after Counselor Pelham and Counselor Gore. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a time frame when you say all the nonprofits that people can go back to, or this going forward? Is this motion for legacy grants for people who do the work going forward? We're not going back 2 years. And what is the intent of your motion, I guess, Counselor Gore?
For me, yeah, thank you for asking that. So for clarity, I'm asking for us to look at the facade improvement program to fund it in next year's budget so the program can continue July 1.
Okay.
Pause, right? As for the recommendation to look at the other enterprise zone areas is simply a suggestion because there have been requests for support in areas outside of downtown for assistance. Again, that is just for them to look at it. That's second point. Third point, the legacy business program I did include in there. For council members who haven't been here for a while, there were concerns about revamping that program and tweaking it after it was launched. We just never circled back to it. And so again, that is just a recommendation to look at the existing program to see if it can be revised. To Councilor Parton, but Vice Mayor Parton's point, looking at maybe potentially adding nonprofits, or obviously looking at some of the hiccups that we recognized when this was first launched 10 years ago to see if it can be revised. So 1, fund the facade improvement program, so it'll be effective July 1. 2, look at potentially expanding it to other enterprise zone areas. 3, looking at the legacy program to see if it can be improved or adjusted to meet our current needs. Again, those are just recommendations that will come back to council for the latter.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I see.
What? Yeah, you have to get permission from council for your panelists to speak, I think.
Well, I just did have I just had a point of information from Mr. Lotties, since he is
the audience.
familiar.
He's a what?
Never. I mean,
you have to get
part of the program.
You got to make a motion to. Oh no, is he a part of Tavia's presentation? If he's a part of her presentation, if not,
yes,
Madam Attorney, I think you have to make a motion and get participation from the audience because that's not the protocol that we normally go to. Would have to.
Is there a motion? I mean, we have a motion on the floor.
The lawyer is talking, but I can't hear.
Yeah, I need to know from the protocol from our attorney to get someone to speak from the audience.
Cynthia, we can't hear
Madam
you.
City Attorney.
Normally,
there is a motion on the floor, is there not?
Yeah, but in this case, if you want to speak on the motion, I think you can interject a motion for giving permission to speak, but it does have to
Mr. Elliott, we're gonna have you speak after we have a motion on the floor. We have to take action.
Okay, it has to do with that, but that's fine. And
I
I come as the chairman of the planning commission with Tavia, but I'm speaking now because something's come up that affects the EDA, which I'm on, but you tell me when and if I can speak, that's fine.
Make a motion to waive the rules to allow Mr. Elides to speak to this issue, please.
Second.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made by Councilor Gore, seconded by myself. Roll call.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Oh, yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Councilor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 to waive the rules.
Mr. Elliott.
Okay, I'll be brief. As a member of the EDA and the Planning Commission, but more so the EDA, we write the rules for these grants, and the grants that we did for the most recent awards, we didn't have the nonprofits in. I hear Mr. Parton, and I just wanted to clarify, and really the only reason I raised my hand, because I knew this was going to be shaky ground, but is that you guys have to tell us whether you're telling us that we have to do something, or are you suggesting for us to look into something? Because the rules of these grants are really written by the EDA, which is a separate body from the council. I mean, we get our money from the council, but the council then says to us, hey, you guys are the EDA, you figure out what the rules should be.
Right.
And that's fine. But if you're saying, hey, we want you to change the rules to ABC, you need to be very clear. So I just wanted to make sure when this motion or motions were completed, that we know, are you directing the EDA to do something specific, or are you asking us to investigate and make our best judgment when we do the next grant cycle? That's
So
all.
For clarity of the motion, I believe I specifically said Mr. Altman to work with Director Griffin to provide recommendations to council. So that kind of answers part of your question. And then the other part of it is, when we give the grant monies, we can designate who will execute them. When we did the legacy business grant, we gave the EDA the money to execute that. But again, when these recommendations come back, the recommendation may be another approach. But yes, it was for Director Griffin and Mr. Altman to look at it, to give us recommendations. Maybe perhaps while they do that, they will consult with you all, but it wasn't directly going to the EDA, if I give clarification there.
Okay, it's very helpful. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Councilor Randolph, your hand is up again.
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was the chair of the EDA when this program was given to the EDA. Council at that time asked the EDA to look at the facade improvement and the legacy grant, and we did change the legacy grant from what it was. So it was revamped. That's why it was changed from the previous timeframes to being a shorter time frame of only having to be in business 1 year in the city. And that was strictly to be more inclusive all over the city for these grant opportunities. The legacy grant was given to the EDA to set up the rules, and that was communicated back to council, and council approved the rules that are now in place. So if the rules need to be changed, we would have to vote on that. And then the EDA would, I guess, have to vote on it as well. So that's how it was handled 5 or 6 years ago. And just wanted to be clear on my memory of what and how it happened. So thank you.
Okay, so now I see Councilor Gore's hand and then Councilor Pelham.
Hopefully we can wrap this up. I do not intend for this motion to be what it is. I get it, but I just want to remind everyone that the intention was to provide support to the facade program. And then the intention was to, again, go back and just refresh what needs to be fresh. And just as a reminder about, processes, I mentioned the legacy business program, but Director Griffin does not currently have money in it right now. It does, right?
It has $5,800.
No,
Okay.
actually, during the
Oh,
last
you-
budget cycle, council appropriated funds to the program.
That's
So
correct.
sorry, I thought you said downtown. Legacy has, last year you guys appropriated $30,000 into the fund for legacy.
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
while this research is being done, perhaps to address some of the ideas people may have, we can create another grant program and just give it to someone else. Or we can revamp the facade. All I'm saying is we don't have to be so rigid with this, and just recognize the fact that this is the opportunity to see what we can do differently and adjust. So kindly just remember that we're not changing the existing program. you have your guidelines, you have your money. This is about looking forward to the future. So if we can just keep that in perspective, then hopefully anyone who has an idea can talk to Mr. Altman and Director Griffin, and they compile those. And then obviously I would expect that Mr. Eliades would be at the table along with them and any other partner that needs to be there. Heather for Downtown Partnership, the chair of the Downtown Design Review, whoever needs to be there will be in those discussions. So with that, hopefully we can just vote. And again, recognize that this is just an exploratory.
Pelham.
Councilor Pelham.
I don't have a very good memory, but when we first started the legacy grant, I thought the council made the first initial allocations. Do you remember that, Ms.
Council has made all the allocations for
I'm talking about, we made a decision actually who was going to get the grant before we turned it over to the EDA the next year. That's not true.
No, ma'am.
We
came up with, we meaning the EDA and the Department of Development came up with the guidelines. We came back to you for the guidelines, and then we put the grant out on the street.
Yeah.
The committee that is set up in the guidelines then made the decision, and then we came back to you and we announced who the winners were, but the council did not make a decision on who received the award.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, roll call.
Counselor Denton. Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
No.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. Is it safe to move to R2?
Yes. Madam Mayor, members of council, R2 this evening is dealing with the 2023 citywide real estate assessment. As council knows, the city is required by Section 58.1, 3250 of the Virginia Code to conduct a general reassessment of real estate every 2 years. Staff is requesting council amend the FY22 budget by budgeting and appropriating $130,000 from the unassigned fund balance to begin work on the citywide general reassessment and authorize the city manager to take the necessary actions to begin the general reassessment. This request is coming to you. We had planned on conducting the general reassessment in-house. Unfortunately, we've had 2 untimely departures from the real estate office, leaving our assessor and a part-time administrative assistant, and we don't have the staff to go out in the field and do the reassessment work at this time. In order to get the reassessment completed and have it effective January 1 of 2023, we need to start work now. So that's why this request is coming forward to you this evening. I've included there was a memo and a budget resolution in your packet. Again, to answer the question, there's $6,391,737 available in the unassigned fund balance to move forward with this request. We did have some timely departures, unfortunately, and it resulted in the issue where we're at right now. What we're looking at total to fund the overall the reassessment in the next budget year, what we'll ask for in the 23 budget will be approximately $275,000 to complete the amount. But right now we just need the 130 to get the project moving forward, so we can get started.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Thank you. I move that City Council amend the fiscal year 22 budget and appropriate $130,000 from the unassigned fund balance to begin work on the citywide general reassessment, and to authorize the city manager to take the necessary actions to begin the 2023 general assessment.
General
Second.
assessment or real estate assessment?
Yes,
Just things.
I
The real estate
seconded that.
assessment.
Madam City Clerk, can you update the language from general assessment to real estate assessment?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
Is that correct, Mr. Altman?
yeah, it's referred to as the general reassessment of real estate, if that helps.
General
Okay, can you please
reassessment.
update that language
Yes.
so it'll be clear in the motion and clear in the minutes for the public to view?
Yes, ma'am. I will update the motion to add the language Mr. Altman just said, the real estate.
General reassessment of real estate.
Of real estate, yes.
Mr. Altman, can you restate that once more?
It's referred to as the general reassessment of real estate.
Got it.
That's what I said.
Okay. Was that seconded?
Yes,
Yes.
I reseconded it like 3 times.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Randolph. Councilor Gore has her hand up, and then Councilor Denton, and then Councilor Randolph, you have your hand up again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Altman, I have 3 questions. The first is, this is to hire like a firm to come in and help her like we did before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this firm, you're gonna do this with the RFP process? Like, how are you gonna solicit their services?
Well, we certainly will look at an RFP. We'll also look if there's any firms that are listed under state contracts that are already contracted that we can utilize through the state procurement system.
All right, well, okay, so basically I'm trying to be a competitive process. We're not just gonna pick a firm that we've done business with before in order to fill this, like it'll go through some type of solicitation.
It will go through, if we look, and if there's firms that have already been chosen and are approved through the state contract system, we'll look at those. But if not, then we'll have to put out a general RFP for it to be competitively bid.
Okay, I think whatever, this is my personal opinion, whatever comes out, I would like to have that come back to council. Because the last time there was a contractor, do you remember how that kind of ended up?
Yep.
So just really off of that experience alone, I would like to have for her to come back with whatever the recommendation is, so we can, feel comfortable with that. Because also the citizens, still haven't forgotten that. And we need to make sure that, the expectation is clear. And then also like obviously communication to the community when they're doing whatever it is they got to do. The other part of this equation is, this is a question more so for the city attorney, but Mr. Altman, you might be able to provide assistance along with Ms. Best. Council appoints the Board of Equalization, and we haven't done anything related to them in quite some time. I'm unsure if the Board of Equalization has term limits that are set to expire or have expired, but we need to jump on that because personally, there needs to be some diversity on that board. Most of the people appointed work for one organization. So I think there's an opportunity there to diversify that up. And I think that we need to look at this now as opposed to when they need to be meeting. So that way, they're in place. So we can get confirmation from Ms. Best, who our members are, when their terms are set to expire, and for the state attorney, if let's say aren't expired, is there any way to probably make some adjustments there? And the last thing is for Mr. Altman, in terms of the office. One thing you and I have talked about at least 2 years ago, we kind of had to stop because of COVID. Where are we at with their technology to start moving to a tablet format? When I last talked to you about this, the assessor was going through her papers and her files, and she wanted to do some deep dive to make sure her records were up to date. And that was like at least 3 years ago. So that I would hope has been completed. So with this, can we, if she's bringing on new staff, right, there is an opportunity there to go ahead and switch to looking at using tech, electronic systems as opposed to the paper version that they go by now. So is there the ability is she good to go tech, all tech, or if not, do we have the funding to be able to support getting tablets and getting the system in place for them to use this electronically?
So I'd have to check with her on her status. I would agree. I would hope that we've got the deep dive completed. We haven't purchased the tablets yet. Just unfortunately, COVID kind of did slow us down with that. And you kind of lose track of the assessment. And I think right now, if we're gonna use an outside firm, I probably wouldn't invest in tablets for them, but I would set it up and begin getting the system in place for us to be able to do it in-house for the 2025 assessment, and getting that and working it to make sure that whatever, because we talked about having that tablet and just having drop downs to be able to input the information and automatically up the database, as opposed to writing on paper and then coming in and type it in the computer and saving steps. So absolutely, that is something that I still want to move towards. I think it's more efficient for us. It allows us to get out and get more done in a shorter period of time. I know her real concern right now is getting 2 new employees on and getting them trained on their existing systems. So when it comes time, but certainly we would want to work towards getting that done. And that's something we can look at as part of funding for the FY23 budget.
Okay. If council is amenable to having that group come in, and we'll having the assessor present to us whatever the recommendation is for that group at the same time, do you think she can give us a small snapshot of if she thinks it's feasible for when she uses technology? Okay,
yes,
cool.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so whoever makes the motion, can you put those 2 asks in there for her to present the recommendation, and then to include her feasibility to move into electronic assessments?
Yep, I'm happy to add that friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Is there a motion on the floor?
No.
Yes, there was.
There is.
Yeah, I made it.
Still is a motion on the floor.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton, are you, and Councilor Gore, are you okay to split that? I mean, we're already talking about
well, what's the motion? I might just make a friendly amendment. What's the motion? I mean, a second motion. What's the motion?
we are making a budget amendment.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're making a budget amendment, so I don't feel it's appropriate to add to that motion.
Right.
I don't mind having a motion. I just want to keep it clean.
Right. I understand that. But my question is, what is the motion? Because I might make a request to make a substitute motion altogether. Because I don't agree with approving this right out.
I can read the motion to you if you'd like me to, Mayor Bennett.
Please, ma'am. Thank you.
The motion is to staff request City Council to amend the FY22 budget by budgeting approximately $130,000 from the unassigned fund balance to begin work on the citywide general reassessment, and authorize the city manager to take the necessary actions to begin the 2023 general assessment of real estate.
So just to be clear, it's what Mr. Parton's motion was to budget and appropriate the $130,000.
Budget and appropriate. Okay.
Correct.
But I did. Okay, got it. Sorry. I thought I.
Okay, well, Madam Mayor, depending on how this vote pans out, I'll probably like to make a request to make a substitute motion, but I'll let this pan out so it don't get muddy, but I can't support the motion as stated. So when that time comes, if it does not pass, I have an alternate motion. Thank you.
Oh, Counselor Denton and then Counselor Randolph. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my question is to the city manager. Mr. Altman, when you were saying that the 130,000, which is in the motion to appropriate tonight, and the total you thought would be around 270,000, if the city assessor can hire and get this trained, is it possible that we're just looking at 130, or are you looking at the total of 270?
So to be clear, the total that we project cost of the FY 2023 reassessment will be about $457,000. We have 52.5 in the budget this year, which is allocated and earmarked to help with work on some of our industry. And then we have the 130 this year of requests to amend that's on the floor. And then we will have another $275,000 request in the upcoming FY23 budget to complete the assessment. I don't think, based on conversations with the assessor, that she feels she can get staff in and trained in time to be able to do it all in-house. And because time is of the essence for us to get it completed and effective by next January 1, we really need to get moving on it and get that done. My hope was to do it in-house, do all the residential work in-house, with the exception of our large industry, but have someone help us with that piece. But the timing of the departures, we had a retirement and someone left for another job. It's really put us behind the ball, a little bit behind the 8 ball here.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Randolph.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Altman, the money that you're wanting us to allocate tonight, where will that come from?
The unassigned fund balance.
Again, okay. And I have to agree with Counselor Gore in her comment that what happened 2 years ago, it's still stuck with me, never mind everybody else, because most of council caught a lot of grief over how poorly that was done. We had to bring in the company and talk to them, and so much of it was changed. There's got to be a better way to find somebody that can do what we need them to do for the money that we're going to be paying. How do you anticipate finding someone that's available at this late date?
Well, there's a couple of routes we can go. We'll go and look at the state procurement website to see if there are companies already under contract for the service. And if not, then there's the ability for us to do an RFP. We can do a short window on a response to get some people back in. But understand, I too remember that experience of 2 years ago and sitting in council chambers when we brought the company in. So that is not forgotten by me either. So we want to get a good assessment where we don't have questions. And obviously, with the real estate market the way it is now, we would anticipate increases in values. So we need to have a sound assessment done when we're looking at everyone's assessment probably going up in the city.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Ms. Denton, you're muted.
Counselor,
I couldn't get it. Yes.
thank you. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
No, sorry.
Man, Molly, you just want to keep missing me.
Did I miss you? I'm really tired. I'm sorry. Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. Motion passes 6-1.
R3. Well, R3.
This was the added addition. This was the addition by me,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And the only thing that I was trying to do was back in December, the council had asked the interim attorney at that time, while we were looking at residency requirements and requests, to give us some information about what state law says and some other factors. And we still have the outstanding what we're going to do or not do, choices of keep it the way it is, or I think Ms. Pelham had quite a few questions on, who, if we changed it, who we could change it for. And so all I wanted to do was to give council a chance to direct this attorney to do what we had asked the previous attorney to do and had not received. So I wanted to make a motion to have council approve for this city attorney to investigate residency requirements and whether council can dictate employees' residency in Hopewell.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Vice Mayor. 2 hands up, Counselor Pelham, then Counselor Gore. Counselor Pelham?
I'm sorry. Madam Attorney, do you know any information as of tonight, any state requirements for residential requirements in a contract for employees? Is the city attorney there? Hello? I can't hear you, ma'am.
We're having issues with her mic, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's, I was just, you can't speak. Okay, all right. So I guess we'll have to wait. But
Ms.
and
Pelham,
we
can
put
you reiterate some of the questions you had previously?
not hardly. I can't remember.
Counselor Pelham, Counselor Pelham, if you don't mind, I can just recap it for you.
Yeah.
All right. So, Ms. Hudson, I can see you and I can read your lips. So I know you're tracking. So just to provide context, City Council has in our charter a residency requirement for the city clerk, city attorney, and city manager. Additionally, we have an ordinance that provides additional guidelines for directors and the assistant city manager. And the question was brought before us because our ordinance says that, and Mr. Altman can correct me if I have this wrong, if a director is hired and lives outside of the city at time of hire, he or she can remain there. But if he or she decides to move during the time of employment, he or she will have to move to the city of Hopewell. So, and And so the question, so part of the ordinance says that if you want to be waived from that requirement, you would have to get permission of council. So we do have a request pending before us. But at the same time, there were other concerns about potential violations of that policy that was never brought to us or clearly addressed. And so the discussion began to say, well, really, how do we address this? Because one, should we even have a rule like this to begin with? Do we have that authority? And that's kind of how the discussion kind of unfolded. And so I guess the question goes back to, and I don't want to put words in Councilor Randolph's mouth, I think where we left off at, because we had prior attorneys, all of them leading up to our last one, all agreed that we could have that rule. And so much that in 2019, I think is when we last revised it. So it's not an old rule, like we just touched it. But our last attorney questioned that if we had the authority to have the rule at all. And so then it was asked to the city attorney to say, hey, okay, can you confirm if we have that authority? Yep. Okay.
That's right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I was just bringing it back because I don't want us to forget about it.
Yeah. Charter, I wonder how you cannot.
Can y'all hear her? She talks through my phone.
I'm talking to March on his.
Yes.
Go ahead.
With respect to what my experience with that question of your authority, I have to admit it recently. I looked at it when I was city attorney in Hampton, and at that time, and I don't have any reason to think the law has changed, there is authority for governing bodies to establish residency requirements for certain categories of employees, usually high-level employees, department heads. But I would, of course, have to look at the statute again to confidently advise you there, but I'm happy to do that for you.
Thank you.
So the motion that I made was hopefully clear enough to just ask her to look into those requirements again or for us.
And you would like her to look into it for us, and how would you like her to
report back to council?
How do you want her to report back to council? Would you like that in an email? I mean,
It can
what do
be
you
in
want
an
that to
email
look like?
so that we then can put forth the topic on the next agenda, hopefully after she's given us the email that says or confirms what she thinks might happen. If it doesn't, then we'll have to, I guess, figure out something else. But I'd like to bring it up on the next council agenda to move forward with that if it comes back in an email for all of us to look at, that we do have that authority so that we don't keep stretching this out.
Council Randall, does that mean place back on the agenda the request from the department head person, right?
I think that in general, yes, Ms. Pelham, I think we've let that be outstanding too long, but I think we need to make a decision. Are we going to have it be what it was or what it still is because we haven't changed it, or are we going to change it as well moving forward?
Well,
so I think several things in that motion moving forward for the next agenda.
Well, I was going to request that as well. So, I mean, that request has to go back on the agenda because no one can just take something off and
That's
never
correct.
put it back on. So we need that.
Well, I haven't seen it, I mean, so I just wanted to push it to get it moving again.
Thank you.
Mr. Altman?
I was just going to say that in addition to it being back on the agenda, council had also requested that I prepare 2 amendments to that code section 2-4 of the city code.
Right.
So I would think, for y'all to consider. So you may want to have that all at the same time, and I'll send those 2 amendments to Ms. Hudson for her to look at and review.
Yes, please. Who was the original
Oh.
owner of it on the previous agenda?
I believe Mrs. Pelham requested
Okay.
the amendments
So-
to be made.
So to keep it consistent, I'm happy if Ms. Pelham wants to, like she said, if it was on the agenda, it shouldn't have dropped off. So Ms. Pelham, if you want to add that to the agenda or continue it, just so we don't forget about it, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter as long as it's on there.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
There has been a few transactions taking place. Was there a motion on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Best, could you please restate the motion?
Yes, the motion was to approve for the city manager to investigate residency requirements and can council dictate employment residency in Hopewell.
It was the city attorney.
What'd I say, city manager?
Yeah.
I apologize, city attorney. So motion for the city attorney to investigate residency requirements and can council dictate employment residency in Hopewell for employees and report back to council via email.
All right, roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. We have come to the end.
I
Motion to
move that we
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second. Motion's been made, Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Denton. Roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
Good night.
Good night.
Aye.